Thank you, Lycan. Thank you. Happy Monday. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything but gibberish. I'm like, whoa. Thank you. Thank you, Lycan. Now we need to be able to call upcast on this to get it to the right kind. I know I had muted it when I started up OBS. I was doing my morning shouting exercises. It's Monday again. No. Whatever it was. And here we are. Here we are. I'm tired today. Kids have been kids. What is it? Friday. Friday they kept us up late. The method upcast exists. Yes. Yes. But what is owner here? Owner's a tref. Oh, we never assume safe on this. That's why. Because we need to call assume safe to be able to get to the. No, assume safe gives us the tref. We call claim to get us to a ref. We call dot upcast here. Yay! We got a line working. All right, baby steps, baby steps. All right, the container is going to be of type containers. I do not like the name on that. I wish it wasn't plural. Let's rename that. And then we have like a trait called container, don't we? Yeah. All right, we won't fix it yet. We'll wait till we're inspired by something. Fix a couple of those. So why should container have a get layout? Oh, because we use it in the default functions. Otherwise, we can't get it. Okay. Here we have get container, which knows how to climb the tree and return something of type containers. Get layout, climbs the tree and fetches something of type layout. Here's containers. We've got some macros here for implementing the different branches of this. Add constraints, get the layout. All we're doing is passing through to the type in the enum here. See, it feels like this should be set up a little differently. Like we should be able to get the inner type, say, hey, this thing impulse an impulse container. So let me call a function off of it. I'm going to try implementing that again. Let's see. All right. So in this case, we've got the match. We want the match. This piece here, we're going to return C as dyn container. Can we do that? I'll get layout on that, followed by some expect. Oh, I also have to call assume safe and map mutable. Oh, we have to know the kind. That's the other reason we did this. Because the map mutable, yeah, and this isn't going to work. Impl, that would be amazing. The trait bound screen UI container is not satisfied. Oh, it's an instance in which each one of those cases we would have to either call, we'd have to get the script. Right, that should return the script type, but that's not the right script type. That's the wrapped script type. So yeah, no, we're not doing it this way. We'll keep the macros. The problem is that we have the script type, and then the script type is still, what is it? It's still a wrapper around our actual script type. All right, I'm gonna, containers is gonna be a little bit more gross than the rest of this, so that the rest of this isn't as gross. Oh, container isn't clone. Why would we want this to be clone? Because it could be, but I don't see why we'd want it to be clone. Okay, check this for a minute. So far, so good. A little bit of a hiccup there. Then I need to get it back to using the CBC. All right, implementing container for Godot VBox. Cannot move out of self-taught layout, which is behind a shared reference. There we go. Clone it before the expect. Okay. Now for the add child constraints. It feels like these are so very similar. Now here we're inside of a VBox, and if you look at screen, let's look and see what we did on screen. We had a vector, and for each child we basically have 4 constraints. Now, I was curious about this here. So here we're saying that the height is equal to self.height, which is fine. Screen's just going to stack things. Um, what I'm curious about here is whether or not these can be variables on the right side, and of course they can. But then how would we end up in cassowary? How would we end up? What's the right word? I think there's like a suggest value for variables, so we could say that this is equal to that, and then we do not have to update the constraints whenever we resize. There we go. How's your weekend, everyone? How was your weekend? Oh, so we're gonna look at the cassowary documentation. Let's close everything to the right. It's always so freeing, you know? Oh, it's nice and quiet at home. Very cool. I'm gonna switch it up to funk. There we go. Oh yeah. So once that finishes baking, it's pretty close. GD native is just huge, so that literally takes it like 2 minutes. So if we look into constraint here, oh no, I want to look at variable. It's not in there. Is it in, we look in layout. solver. I think it's in solver. Add constraint, add constraint. Oh, should have it. Password, CASSO. What? All right, whatever, it's working now. Remove constraint, add edit variable, remove edit variable, suggest value. And then we can get the value. I think in this case, we should probably be using suggest value instead of having it in the constraints. Um, where is it? In screen. Instead of like this, where you have 0, 0 width and height here. I mean, of course this will work, but then whenever somebody like changes the width and height of the screen, we have to remove these constraints and add them back again. So I want to try doing this a different way. Toss a fix me in here. Use variables instead of, let's see, on the right hand side. All right. Now, when we do run this, I would expect this to panic. Yes, here it's saying that the screen should be inside of a layout. I, where is that? On tree entered. All we're doing is calling get layout. Wait, we're inside of screen. On tree entered. So we have entered the tree. We're going to inspect the tree and get a specific object. Godot debug. Let's say node. Can we do that? Oh, I see. We're casting it to spatial. Why? I mean, we know it's always going to be spatial, but why are we casting it to spatial? That this is repetitive. Wow. It's like a broken record. I should have thumbs down that one. Turn is spatial. Turn is layout. There we go. Let's give this a build. Cargo build. So it went through a number of these, just saying that each one's a node, which is fine. Yeah, we reached the end without having one. I wonder if it's because it's being cast as a node. Say here, parent is spatial, parent is layout, and that worked even. Is this because layout is a container? We didn't implement container for layout, did we? Hmm. Probably should have gotten the path out. Let's see. Do I have to assume safe for that? Probably. This one's titled Rivers of Flesh. What? Oh, look at that. It's inside the editor. So why is it that screen doesn't know who its parent is? Is it because we're doing something goofy? So we get the node. Node's mutable. We get the parent of node. It should only go in once, right? Because its parent is a layout. Ah, yes. It's because layout is both spatial and layout. So we have to cast it to spatial, otherwise we can't cast it to layout because the base, well, the node type has to be the same for layout. It's interesting though. Here we can see UI test and layout, but we do not see that at all over here. They don't have any names. So when screen is getting added, wow, when screen's getting added, they don't have names like that. They don't have their type information. However, when the next one is set up, that one's fine. What do we do about that? Wait a minute. How about we toss an on entered for layout and see when it's entered? So, yeah, layout doesn't have anything special. It does not implement container or anything like that. You know what it feels like? It feels like to me? It feels like something inside of this implementation is wrong. Like when we get this layout, I don't think this is being called for screen. Let's look at screen. Register. Okay. We register for entry, enter, and exiting. And that's it. All we do is call get layout. And that's like straight through. What is owner here? Let's see. Oh, you know what? Do the same thing. I want to see its path first. I want to see which one it thinks it is. Oh, we can just get path because it's a TREF. That's right. Yeah, so control. Oh, look. So here's UI test. So it is there. What screen thinks that its parent is UI test? What does screen think its owner is that? That that is not right. I know they're all in the same exact spot, but it's really odd for this. Let's go into screen. Screen has a script attached. So hold on, let's just parse this one more time. Owner.get path. This is on line 59. Is that the right? Is that the right one? 59. Yes. And this is for screen. Wow. And that's wired up correctly. What if we give this something else? I'm wondering if Godot is being clever. Let's give this text. All right, let's close UI test, open it again. Ah, we're looking at it from the top, front view. Ta-da. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna clear this and do that again. See, now it thinks it's the same thing. Maybe it's because they were all basically collapsed, that they're all spatial, they're all in exactly the same spot. Is Godot being sneaky and reducing them? Like deduplicating them? Wow. No, not that one. UI test. Oh, you know what? So it goes through once, and then it goes through again. The second time it goes through, it's fine. Okay, what is going on there? Why does it have to go through twice? And why is that getting called twice? I mean, I presume that this is only because it's in the editor and they're doing something fancy. If we try to play the scene, what do we get? Okay, let's hit clear, play the scene. Yeah, 59. See, everything here is still wrong. Wow. It actually did it twice. Same thing, just like the editor. So why is this firing twice? Why twice? Is our object actually created twice, once with one object and then once with the other? It is. That is strange. Why in the world? Why? Is there any way for us to detect this? Or know why it's happening? Why does it happen once with this and once with this? Two different owners. Is there like oh, I want the GitHub. Where art thou, GitHub? Let's see, community, GitHub. We're gonna look in the issues, check to see if we can find anything regarding like on tree entered. Nothing. Oh, connect tree entered. Ooh. All right, two open. List of unused signals. Not possible to set tab container title in the editor without changing code, changing name, changing node names. Yeah, that's not it. Closed. I mean, maybe we have this getting registered twice? Okay, who's calling this? And the bottom one's the definition. Then we have VBox and screen. Here's VBox, calling it inside of its new. That's fine. Same thing with screen. So nobody else is calling that. Anybody else doing it on them on their own? Nope. I'm gonna reach out to Discord. Discord. Let's say hello. Let's say 300 is firing twice for the same script with two different owners. Let's say the first node say, is that the correct statement? I mean, unless news getting called twice, let's debug that real quick. Because maybe, Nixitive, hello, good morning. Yeah, it's warm in here today, so I only got a sweater on. Took the hat off. Then the facial hair is always changing. So, how was your weekend? You have a good weekend? We will clear that, run it. I want to see what happens here. Okay, we're looking at line 47. It does get called twice. What? What? Oh, you tried to get Rocket RS running on Lambda. Gotcha. So, I mean, if news getting called twice, we're registering this twice. Why is new getting called twice? We should only have one screen. Layout is of type layout, correct? Your script type, layout, good. Screen. Oh, wait, what is this one? Ah, that one is screen. All right, well, I am humbled by that. I think we just fixed the issue. We detached the script. I had the scene script on that. Wow. That is amazing. That is just amazing. All right. Let's just pretend that that never happened. So we're going to go back into mod, UI mod. I'm going to delete that the debugging bits because it all works. It is fantastic. It's just that we had a user error. So you got to laugh sometimes. I'm having a hard time laughing about that one though. Oh, that was an amazingly like obscure, I don't know, just a little tiny icon, itty bitty tiny icon right there. See that? It's that one right there. That's the error. Detach that, save it. Okay, now if we run this, we shouldn't get any errors. Yay. What happened? Errors. Oh, sure. Those we're expecting. Those are fine. All right. Yeah, let's come back here. Lib.rs number 14. Oh, layout variable should exist. What is this? Oh, interesting. Basically, this is saying that a variable in the solver was updated, but we do not have it in our hash map. I wonder why. Because we should be calling add edit variable for any one of our variables. We insert, let's see, the variable and the variable owner into the map. That's fine. But what are we missing? That looks fine to me. It's either, so if we look at this, each new variable is unique in the view of the solver, but copying or cloning of the variable produces a copy of the same variable. Because they have the same internal number, it's fine. So that copy there, that should be fine. Maybe it's getting removed. All right, or something more nefarious. The gremlins in the machines. Oh, hold on a sec. All right, give me just a minute. Gotta move a 50-pound bag of feed. Just a minute. All right. All right, let's get to it. Yeah, see today it's doing just fine. So what are we gonna do here? I don't see us registering the variables. So add child constraints and remove child constraints. I don't think that we're supposed to do it in there, but maybe. Yeah, we're not registering the variables anywhere. Register the constraints, but not the variables. So in this case, the child passed us its properties, and we have those variables there. So I think when we get a child, we should add its variables. Either that or the child itself should register its variables, which does seem like the right thing to do. I don't know. Because we could get the layout, register our variables. Because we should have a little hash map of child constraints. Well, no. Where's our constraints? Oh, we don't have constraints. Our variables. Ooh. All right, so VBox. Did VBox try to register its variables? Add edit variable. It does when it enters a tree. Uh, but it needs to do that before we add the container. I'm thinking that we do this in the in that other code because that's when we know they have to be there. passing in self-type properties there. Let's just assume safe ones. Hold on a sec. I had three for a second. All the tricks, yes. That's funny. How you doing, Birdie? Knuckles. Cool cow, says Moomaw. Say this is going to be child. What does this want? This wants a rough node. All right, then we have to remove it a little bit later. Oh, 13 and a half hour stream yesterday. Ooh. Oh, how'd it go? You get to the point where you're able to emulate games? That one game? Which game were you trying to emulate? Oh, it wants a ref node. We're passing in a ref node. That should be fine. You can feel it. I bet you can. Chip 8's done. Start on a Game Boy. Impressive. Impressive. All right, now we need to unregister the variables. Deregister. Chip Eight's really fun. It does sound like a lot of fun. Just watching that. It does seem cool. Oh, we still have to pass in the properties for this. No, no, no. Remove edit variables. That just wants the. I think we should just pass in the owner. Oh, but then we have to scan through all of these. No, we should definitely pass in the variables. 5 other people join in and make one at the same time in chat. Oh, wow. Wow. That's cool. All right, we're gonna have to take the same thing. Remove edit variable. It just wants the variable. Oh, what? Yeah, we're calling these direct. We do not need owner there. Remove edit variable. Script owner. Goodbye. Oh, well, wait. That shouldn't be there. When we're leaving, we should use the layout and remove the child. Remove child, owner, and the properties. Oh, oh, that's right. We have to map this, right? Hmm. Layout doesn't have remove child. Oh, no, it shouldn't be layout. It should be whatever our parent is. Container. That's an option. We'll take that. Remove child. It's going to be this. Owner and self.properties. Yeah, give that a sec. So my wife sent me a link. She does sewing stuff. Custom dress forms from smartphone 3D scans. Apparently there's a wait list for these. It's just amazing. $1,500 scan, I don't know, form scan. I don't think we're gonna do that. We'll probably do like a foam one or something like that before we do that. Or we'll just figure out how to make one like that. That's actually pretty accurate. Just get some really big calipers, some foam, and a hot knife. Have a good time. Sorry. So, can't we just make this out of children? Right. Hopefully that's good there. What? Oh, fine. And expected two arguments. Found one. For what? Where? I don't see it. Oh, oh, oh. Trying to get into this machine over here. Okay. There it goes. Okay. Now it feels like a lot of this is going to be the same thing over and over and over again. Like as long as these are set up correctly, the only functions we should have to implement are these. All right, where is, Capitan never woke up yesterday. Then I can't find my mouse. Where's my mouse? There it is. So we didn't have the variables being registered or removed. Now we're doing both of those. But I think I'm starting to see some similarities, and I would like to be able to either use some macros or some other functions that just stamp out this code for us. because it's going to be the same thing for every container type. Like this is going to be the same for HBox and VBox and name your own box. So, excuse me. Wait, Godot's running already? Oh no, it's not. Good, no errors. Lovely. Okay, but one thing that we didn't get is our lovely output. Look at this. Here we go. Variable 1, value of 10. Variable 0, value of 5. It actually did something. Look at that. So it did the it solved for this. Now we can start to notify all of the different UI widgets. All right. Sure, take that. Project fine. These elements, why not? Yeah, and this is new. All right. So now let's actually get it working. So we take the layout, we take the container. The layout, we didn't do anything with it. What did we have to do with the layout when we entered? Why do we have a layout anymore for this, for container? So the container can get the layout, and that's it. Then each one of these containers is going to have this. We're gonna get this. UI mod. Just gonna toss it up here somewhere. It's gonna pass in owner. Trying to come up with a way to reduce code duplication. I mean, macros make a lot of sense here. So we could just toss this into a macro. Yeah, why not? Okay. We need to have this and or this or self. That needs a dollar sign. It's an identifier. Then we will also have owner. Okay. Then I think that we should move some of this. This file's getting a little big. Rust source UI containers. Yeah, they're not public. Wait, where's our container? Oh, not in there. Oh, there it is. All right. Layout. Screen, VBox. One file per enum struct. It's true, so true. All right, let's go use this. This was in VBox. Let's see, does it need to be export? Oh, but we have to pass it. Oh, I closed the file, UI mod. That's strange. Let's get rid of that. It's just going to stamp out a function for us. Maybe we'll give it the type because we do have like VBox all over the place in here. I mean, could this be a literal? An expression? We're just going to be using it inside of these. It's not an identifier. It's an expression. Close that one. Go back to VBox. Container on tree entered. Container on tree entered. What do you mean you can't find it? But I see it right there. Uh, did I spell it funny? And here it's saying that it's unused. So why? Is it because it needs to be above these? Yeah. Good morning, Tommy Luco. Uh, there is not a new computer coming yet. Yeah, we got a delay. Definitely delay. We're gonna be running the delay until Starlink behaves better. Well, we got the software working. So Starlink is, tossing satellites up left and right, and I presume eventually we'll get to a point where this isn't needed anymore. And I would love that day to happen. Let's say. But you see, we only had a bad setup at the very beginning, but we're having outages left and right here. Actually, it's been better overall. Let's see, last 12 hours I've had less than 10 minutes of outage. Yeah, just a matter of time. And here, let me go to uh, big head mode. What is it? Big webcam. Here we go. So you can see that we're still getting those there. If we scroll up, you'll see that the signal to noise ratio drops out every now and then. And you can kind of see through my phone. That's kind of cool. Through the big crack. Anyhow, so we're going to be running this software till it's better. And so far, so good. Actually, where is it? Here it is. Running it over here. This is on Linode here. And you can see how much CPU it's using. It's hardly using any CPU. So, yeah, big Mr. LZ. Whoa. All right, let's go back to that one. Morning, Peyton Rules. How you doing? So, leave that over there. But thus far, actually, let's scroll back a bit. I don't think I can go too far back. But you can see every now and then it gets like four. Wonder how low it got. Oh wow, look at this one. Got down to three megs. Just scrolling back here, trying to see how low it actually got. Oh, it actually hit 0. Oh, that's unreasonable. Oh, interesting. You recreated OS 10 on KDE. That's cool. That's cool. Let's check it out. Oh, look at this. That moment, that moment where I paused and scrolled back in the buffer, it kept the, it actually froze the app for a moment. That's funny. All right, no more doing that. So that looks like a, hold on. Ah, nice. Yep, it's funny. That's cool, Tommy. Container on tree entered? What? How is it confused about this? Macro rules versus non-macro rules from another module. Use self container on enter tree to refer to the unresolved item. Did Oh, it's not in UI? Oh, well then let's just say super. You're thinking of trolling Apple Sport? Oh, leave those kind people alone. Did I miss Arctic Space Fox? Oh, thumbs up song. All right, we will do that. Yeah, I think one of the things I'm gonna end up using this for is some stream tools. Because once this layout and text and everything is set up, we can get some more stuff going, some more overlays. Say, okay, if I remove the use, okay, then the macro rules is happy. Oh, container is private. Let's fix some of these other errors. What else? Cannot find export in this scope. Why not? So if we come back here into layout, if we toss this there, I don't think that one's happy. So that one has to be in the context of the other element. This is just like the Godot Rust export. It's on native class. Ideally, it would be able to do both macros, one then the other. Says, where is export's macro? 'Cause it doesn't know in that macro. So yeah, I think it's actually on native class, and it's part of native class, which is here in native class, then just recognizes these. Which means it's not a macro. That attribute there should be over here. That's too bad. So how do we get that to work? We could just do the contents of it. That's kind of defeating. I feel like that should work, right? Cut that out and that there. Then we're gonna do the same thing for this. I mean, it's less awful, but now we have to pass in some other elements like self and owner. All right, so that works. It feels like we should just toss these into like container macros. This could be the same way here. Where are these used? It's just in. Good morning, Original Ribbon. Good morning. How are you doing? Oh, sorry, responding to anti 666. Okay, so let's not use super here. Let's use create UI. Be a little bit more explicit there. Get container, get layout. So I think those are going to only be used by some of this. Today's a work day for me. So I'm going to stream, then gotta hop into work. It's going to be a good work day. No references found for that. Great. And get layout, only used inside of screen. And this is what we were also going to. Hmm. Oh man. This. What do I do for that? Some motivation? Yeah. Hype monster. So I'm trying to get these to be virtually empty. Actually, I think what we did before is going to just work for this. This is screen. All right. Wait, we got rid of scene tree? Oh, we just need to get rid of those. I think I was actually missing stuff there. So this is good. This is good. Perfect. B-box. See, containers need to have each one of these. A 50-second delay. So some of this is due to me streaming on Starlink. So to give you an idea, right, I added a 20-second delay. Okay, so there should be a 20-second delay that I caused. And part of that is because we are streaming to Linode and then streaming to Twitch. So here's OBS. This is a local server that I have running here that we wrote yesterday. We finished it yesterday because we were getting about 6%, 6 to 8, sometimes even 10% dropped frames due to network. And what this does is this buffers it. And then we have Starlink here in the middle. And then we have something that's the Stitch client. I call it Stitch. So they just send packets through and they have a buffer here on the client. And right now it's configured for 20 seconds. And then that just feeds Twitch data. So we've got that little spongy buffer so that we get better archives. So that and get fewer drops. It'll get better though. I mean, they're launching satellites left and right. What graphical editor is this? This is ASprite. ASE. ASE, all right. ASprite. All right. I'm going to extract some more stuff to macros. This is good here. This is basically the entry exiting one. We just need to give it what owner, self, and owner. I'm using I think it's the paid for version. Oh, you're welcome, Heavy Eels. All right. Jeremy, good morning and happy Monday. Oh, you need to do some work on your VPS? Yeah, we got the camera going. Got the camera going. And check it out. We've got like the camera. All right. You didn't do anything to it? Just sitting there and costing me $6 a month? Oh, wow. Yeah. 6, you're overpaying. I'm kidding. All right, so screen needs that. Container, yes. Fix this up. Now we need owner. Now some formatting. Well, bugs and critters are starting to wake up. The freeze is over. 4-core, 8 GB. Wow. Where is that? For $6 a month? 4-core, 8 gigs of RAM? Oops. Germany. Oh, mice? We have voles, and I think there are mice occasionally, but we also have cats. Our cats do a great job of managing them. Usually, when the neighbors bring in like big round bales, there'll be like a rise in the mouse population, but then that quickly dies off. We combat them with a combination of live traps, which work the best for us. Catavo. Oops, wrong browser. German quality since 2003. German quality, global availability, incredible prices. Virtual dedicated servers. Now, what does this mean? What's the difference between virtual private and virtual dedicated? Full separation, quick provisioning. Okay, this one you're sharing cores and RAM, and this one you're because RAM is typically dedicated. You don't usually have RAM kind of floating around between people. Wow. See all the dedicated servers. Oh yeah, voles. Cut a ton of your lawn. Yeah, our chickens. Chickens also love to eat voles. Wow, look at that. It's a beast. Good morning, Xenocron. They're using VMware and they can share RAM. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I liked using root BSD. Was it .net, .org, whatever it was? Because I like running BSDs. And they had bare metal machines with BSDs on them, but I retired that a while ago. And then they got bought by these guys, Net Actuate. That's funny. Tommy Luca. Costs more to run it locally, just on electricity alone. These guys have some good stuff. Our electricity here is, I think, 10 cents per kilowatt hour or something. What is it? Can look that up real quick. I was actually looking to get a three-phase power setup because I want to run some big motors. Actually, I can't even find the page. Hmm. I found it the other day. I don't know where it is now. Rates. There it is. Yeah, heavy machining. I want to get a surface grinder. that, and maybe set up that. And I want to be able to run more efficient motors. So three-phase motors versus single-phase motors. Three-phase motors are generally more efficient because you have kind of continuous power in three-phase. Um, oh, here it is. Oh, my daughter drew a picture of me. So hold on. Okay, building schedule 2 or 3. Yeah, we pay 8 cents, 8.23 cents, then up to 10 point something cents. But I'm going to share this. So my daughter drew a picture. Oh, there you go. That's daddy. Look at that. I, that's. Oh, she got the mustache. She remembers the mustache. It's not a big frown, it's a mustache. We'll have to cut that out. Oh, that's great. Let's see, on my right hand, it looks like I have 5 fingers. My left hand apparently had a machining accident, and my legs stop at the ankles. I don't have feet. So, you see the likeness? Thanks. Oh, yeah. All right, hold on, I'm trying to get back to Twitch. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this has been pretty good. I mean, I might try to drop to 15 tomorrow and see. I know that there will be some hideous drops, but who needs feet if you can have a mustache? Let's say container properties, VBox. We're gonna. The Heinemann, yes. Electricity like 7 cents per kilowatt hour where you live. Nice. Ireland is pricey. Rent is high. Cost of living is high. Yeah. Expected a colon. Why? Can we not do this here? Did I not save this file? Not saved. And I don't really want to make a. Alright. I'm okay not having this as a macro. Europe is nice though. You get what you pay for most of the time, about 14 to 15% pre-pandemic. Hold on, I've got to squish something. It's a bug. Okay, there's not just a smear, and I can't reach that. Better than Belgium? All right, we need, what was it? What was the last one? And even at like zero point 0.2 euros, you'd be spending less than $5 a month for a machine that draws 30 watts. Interesting. Oh, and this, we need layout containers and properties. All right, layout containers empty. The no, child constraints. Yeah, we need to keep that. Factoring heavy load and where? You're probably around even with the VPS. Properties. Oh yes, and properties. All right, and we're going to keep this width and height because we want to be able to use those. So when somebody sets the width and height here, we want to be able to use those and update those variables. We're going to be, we're going to try to set some suggested values. Because I want to see if in Cassowary, where is it? If we update a value, a variable, oh, where is it? Because it's not there. You did the math, VPS is in fact cheaper. You didn't need to buy the materials, yeah. Am I missing web dev? No. I'm not doing Flexbox. Layout stuff, I just wanted to have a very specific sort of layout in this app. So it's, once we get this working and the VBox and HBox set up, HBox should be simple. Then we'll be getting back to seeing actual, tessellated elements drawn on the screen. Then we can get into shading them and having text and then getting the gameplay going again. What? No child constraints? Did I delete that? Hold on. Oh, I did. Let's put that back. All right. That and practicing some other crates. I think it's nice to try to use these. Yeah, that looks pretty good. You have the full VMware software suite to your disposal. Oh man. Guys, that listen for screen resize events. We'll do that. And if we're going to do that, we're going to get rid of that. Update constraints can go away. Where did update constraints go? There it is. To do. Oh, go figure. We're going to call update variables. So when we do see that the size has changed, we will update those variables. And that should kick it off and there. Here's the window size. I should kick it off and have it resize everything. Okay. Do you really need that coffee made fresh from the barista around the corner every morning? Not really. It's fun. Oh, interesting. That's why you drink tea, huh? I start with tea and then I switch over to coffee. I've gone decaf, but I still love the flavor of coffee. That not all decafs are created equal. Like the Swiss water processed decaf, but more of a lighter roast. A lot of decafs end up being like a French roast, which is way too bitter. I don't like that. Pour some tea. Coworker of yours has 3 clusters, one in Germany, one in Austria, one in Ireland. Does he need that just for his calendar syncs and stuff? Oh, that's funny. All right, so update variables. You know what? We don't even need update variables. We'll just update the variables ourselves. Now, how do we do that? How do we? All right. I want to go to cassowary solver because we need to tell the solver that there's an update. What's the connectivity like uh, for Finland? Hmm. Same, better or worse as to Germany? Let's see. Oops, you got dragged over there. All right. Connectivity in Finland. Oh man. Oh, that's rough. Oh, the UK looks like they're going to have really good coverage here. A lot of Europe. But these guys, that's too bad. No Starlink. However, OneWeb might cover you. Look at all those trains that are setting up. Can't wait, because we're up here. Hopefully this improves it quite a bit. Looks like we got a lot of tin in orbit. Yeah, and they're not very big either, considering how big space is. Kessler syndrome intensifies. What? Oh, yes. Collisional cascading. Yes. And we're being invaded by circles. It seems legit. Like, why wouldn't we be invaded by circles? Oh, scalding hot tea. All right. So we want to click on suggest value, and we'll give it the variable and that. So we have to be able to get a hold of the layout and then do this. Oh, Riven. It's funny. All right. Self layout. We map this. We'll assume safe on that. In our map. Then we unwrap it. Yeah. And then dot map mutably. Okay. Backbone network hardware solutions, you wouldn't say. So, yeah, it's kind of like Ericsson, right? Ericsson, Nokia, they stepped out. They saw the iPhone. And they're like, we're tapping out, and just went to infrastructure stuff. Let's see. I want to mimic the name. Suggest value. Oh, and what's this tag? Variable and a value. All right, so the value is going to be, well, first we need self dot, what do we have it? Properties? Properties. So we're going to get that. That'll be our width. We'll also need height. Now that could be an option, but it should be set. Starlink is mentioned on the Kessler syndrome article, but they lower the altitude to make it a non-issue. Yeah, because they're at what, 500, 550 right now. They want to go lower where Amazon is currently scheduled to be. How many satellites does Amazon have open up right now? I didn't see any. I think was that OneWeb has more up than Amazon, right? Oh, did we closed it, didn't we? It's here. If you click on OneWeb, OneWeb's got a couple, and they're sitting quite a bit higher. OneWeb's at 1223. I'm not sure what they're supposed to be at, but I found it interesting that OneWeb actually, well, it's a Japanese company. Oh, it is covering Japan's area almost. So, but they've got sats up. I mean, OneWeb, Starlink, Starlink's going to have some advantage just because they have rockets, right? I don't know, how big are these? So it's hard on judging. Hard to judge on the products and their cost structures alone. True, true. All right, so we need to go create suggest value and layout. Suggest value. Let's go ahead and return this error so we can have it closer to where it exists. What was that type? Suggest value error. Okay. Oops. Want to write it? Oh, expected F64. I think it's supposed to be an F64 here. Yeah. So we just need to cast those up. All right. Yes, and now we use those properties again. Behind immutable reference. And we could move this all into the map or iterate over it and then do it. Or we could just copy it. Let's see. Could not map mutably. Okay, now when we resize the screen, we should be able to get those values updating. The result of this must be red. Yeah, we do a lot of expect Godot in this. Oops. I mean, part of it is that there's no place for it to go, right? We just receive the signal that says, hey, you've resized. and there's no return value there. So we have to basically handle it somehow. So we expect Godot in this case. And expect Godot, something I have here that I'm going to be wiring up to like a logging service. So it's enough of a stub for now. What's this? Can't leak that type. Oh, is this public? Sure. All right, did that work? Oh, there's one more thing. In layout, once we do this, we then have to kick the, what is it? The updates. So when you suggest a value, we update. All right, we're using the variables on the right-hand side there. Let's see. Oops. Cargo check should work. Cargo build. Let's try it out. Let's resize something and see what we're getting. We're gonna next set up the notifications so that the things that did change get notified and get resized properly. Heavy Eels, good morning again. Wondering why I use Godot and Rust. Why not just Godot or Rust? That's a great question. That is a really, really good question. So, step one would be examine the Rust ecosystem for making games. Okay, are we game yet? .rs. There's a number of engines, and while I have started to build things really, really low level, I don't want to make an engine. I want to make a game. And typically you do one or the other. You make an engine or you make a game. So if we go into game engines, you have Amethyst. Amethyst is a really great engine, right? It's out there. Bevy is like its up and coming, like super smart younger sibling, right? It's probably gonna, there's a lot of synergy there between these two. There's a lot of other engines in here. I've used Godot in the past. A lot of these are young, and most of them you can't you can't publish to mobile, right? I want this to work on mobile. And if you've ever looked at doing anything on Android, there's a ton of variation in Android devices. So using a 3D engine that supports Android and has been on the market for a while is a huge benefit, right? They've seen a lot of the errors. They've seen like, there's been a lot of time on devices for Godot, which is why I'm using it. I do wish that, let's see, I don't even see Godot in here. Did I pass it? GG Oh, here's GD native. Um, so there's just a lot of time on devices that GD Native gives you. And the way that they're set up is for a really long sort of a lifetime for an engine because like version 3 is going to be out for a while. Even though version 4 is hopefully going to come out this year, it'll probably come out next year. But even when V4 comes out, V3 is not going to die. Right? These people are game makers. They know that engines need to exist for a long time. Games have a long tail on them. So I like that Godot's been out there for a long time. Has decent Rust support, and that they've made games. It just works. So the long version. Method panicked. Screen should have a layout. Dun, dun, dun. Screen should be within a container. Wait, didn't we see this before? Oh, screen should be within a container. Ah, layout, are you a container? You are a container. Okay, let's implement container real quick for that. Layout. Impl container for layout. Have I ever seen the Read Rust blog site? No, I haven't. Can you link to it? Oh, you're welcome, Heavy Eels. Yeah, just a mature project. I agree with that. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, the docs are needed. Oh, interesting. I have not seen this before. Wow, that's cool. Favorite that. That's cool. It seems a little behind. 50 and 51's missing here. Oh, what's this? Yeah, oh, patent rules. I see that, I don't know, in Discord, okay, watch a bunch of stuff, and I haven't had enough time to do what I want with Godot. I want to still try out the async stuff that Toast Eater set up. Um, but the book has been getting some love, and there's people adding stuff to the book, which is great. So I think the book has been getting quite a bit. Oh, interesting. What is this? 8 days ago. But if we go back up to the project, it's unfortunate, but I don't think this is actually advertised loudly enough. We need to change this to patent rules. We'll do this eventually. Export to Android. Oh, nice. Android is a beast all on its own. Wow, it's just a lot going on there. Yeah, in terms of this, I like this. One thing that I'm not a huge fan of, it just didn't really sit well with me, um, is the template. I just don't like it. By the time you do it, you'll be wrong. It's funny. All right, all right. No code action available. What? Super container. Add child constraints. Okay, this. Actually, I want to implement all of these. There we go. Oh, did I do too much? Yes. It's interesting that I copied the code out of there. I was not expecting that. So layout isn't going to basically do anything in here, but it is going to be a container. Let's see, I want this to be unreachable. Same there. Get layout. Same there. Like planet.kd or planet.num. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. All right, now it implements that. Let's see. It's probably going to panic later. But I just needed something so that it looked like a container, and we could still use the asserts elsewhere. Or just block by name. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I can actually turn off the announce. So here, we'll just do that. There, announce is disabled. All right, we thumbs up it. We got it. This is Funky Disco. All right, now we run it. Come on, Godot. Where are you? Yeah, it does get messy on screen. I agree. All right, let's see this start up. Oh, so far so good. Let's see that. Screen should be within a container. It is. I mean, layout's a container. Oh, it's because containers doesn't know that type. Okay, that should be all of them. Planet.kde has more curated content in comparison to Planet.earth. Yeah, I can imagine why. All right, we're gonna leave that. Just cleaning up some warnings. Variant is never constructed. Oh, see, that's why we wanted this. Get layout on this. No, no, let's get this one. Okay, write everything. Let's check for warnings again. Warnings are a great place to look for bugs. Oh, thumbs down song. Absolutely. No, no, quick. We got it. Maybe. I I don't know if we got. Hmm. Yeah, it's having a Starlink minute. All right. Maybe we crashed it. Yeah, pretzel is where your hard-earned subs go to. All right. That's right. We aren't using that. We only ever use add constraints. I don't know if we'll ever need that. Okay. Now that that is a node, let's go over to Godot, kill it. Give it a start. Drink some tea. Method panicked. Oh, look. Layout 110. To support this, I would have to keep an instance of myself around, of itself around. Oh, you're heading off to work, Tommy? Have a good day at work. Happy Monday. I mean, do you guys see that thing about, what was it, Australia and the mice? Millions of rodents descend on eastern Australia. like, holy cow. Oh, you're done with work. Oh, you're heading off. Gotcha. All right, well, have a good day. Let's see, I'm gonna basically have the same thing here. We have to get that from, it's an UI mod, macros, container layout, basically this. Where is it? Layout. No, it's not that. In fact, we should always have one of these. We do a cast instance. Look at a ref instance. Dot claim. That returned an option. All right, now we can wire that up here. Self.layout. Do we have to copy that? We might. Yeah. I wonder who was calling that. Because if all we ever do is get the layout from the container, then we do not need to get the layout from this other function, this one here. Is this just not used anymore? So yeah, why don't we just use it from the container? Oh, because this is what the container uses. Okay, that's fine. It seems like something's wrong. Because in add child, we do that. That's fine. Remove child, we get the layout. I'm trying to figure out why layout get layout was called on layout. You know, we are going to set Rust backtrace to 1 and find out. So I don't want to compile that yet, because I think we got the wrong fix. All right. Container get layout. So screen calls get layout. So containers called it on screen. Screen called it on the parent. It's interesting. Let's go to screen. 119. Oh, we're looking at the wrong backtrace. Yeah, we want this one. Wrong one. All right. Layout, get layout, called by containers, get layout, and containers. It's called by what? Through a map mutable, local cell, container line 95. Oh, I see. And then that was called by what? Entry entered. So screen entry entered called that, which is fine. That goes through here. We get the container. We get the layout from owner. No, it's coming in through get container, isn't it? Yeah, line 9. Well, Layout add child. Or is it? It's in containers. It gets its own layout. Call assume safe on that. Just self to get layout, and get layout isn't implemented. This should exist for screen. Then so when we call add child on screen, screen calls get layout for screen should already be implemented via the macros. And we call add child. Where's that? No, we don't. We are add child. Container 21. Yeah, right there. Line 75. For some reason, I'm just not seeing it. I don't know why I care so much. I think it's just because I don't think that should be called. So if we scroll down in this, we'll see that here, screen is, where is it? We're going through a map mutable here. Screen on entered is called, on tree entered. Then we do an add child. Add child calls get layout, calls container.get layout. And the screen's container is layout. Okay, no, that makes sense. That does work. I am convinced. So let's go back to layout and implement that, which is just this. It's fine. Cargo build. All right, one more time. Actually, I don't want to run it with the backtrace on. Oh, I get a hug. All right. Gonna run this without that. Constructor panicked. Yeah, that's fine. Layout line 25. Why? Oh, here. It couldn't cast the instance. Why? See, if we do the claim first, I don't think that works. Claim will go into the ref. Ref, it'll give us an instance, but it has to be thread unique, thread safe. Goodbye, Godot. All right. So we do the cast instance before because we have the tref. It feels like we should be able to use instance on self or something. I mean, are we just not even constructed yet? We can't do this? Try from base, what's that do? Oh, it gets user data pointer. I'm guessing that the data pointer isn't set up right yet because we're in the middle of constructing it. Okay, so let's go back to option for this. None for that. Now we need to have, all right, now in this case, layout.take, just gonna empty layout. And for this one, we will get layout, oops. Okay, I butchered that. It's okay. One more time, with feelings. All right, hopefully that'll give us layout, everything we need there. I'm gonna check on Starlink real quick. Because even though we're buffering for like 20 seconds, we still had a huge drop earlier. Yeah, I see it. Come on, Godot. Oh, you're just dying. All right. UI layout line 25. Right. There's nothing. Oh, it didn't build. That's why. Layout 128. Found an option. Yes. All right, that should do it. That's why we saw the same crash as before. Come on, cargo, finish up. Layout container should have a layout. Really? Get layouts called that early? Or did we not set up? I mean, this should have worked. Did that not work? So that was empty. Why? Why was that empty? It should have been entered, added to the tree before any of the children. Because I didn't wire up the entry entered. There we go. Your subconscious becomes to expect things to be more and more on demand. It happens too often that you stop a live stream, as yours for example, just to restart it 2 seconds later. When you recognize that what you're doing, this is worrisome to you sometimes, somehow. Oh, that's funny. Same error? Wait, did it not build? No, it did build. Oh, layout cannot be formatted. Fine. I just want to know if this is being run. Entering the tree. Look at that. So it is getting cold. We have a layout. It's right there. Layout replace layout. Did we leave the tree? I mean, that'd be interesting. Who else uses layout? One, two, okay. It's in the constructor, on tree entered, on tree exiting, container. That's it. I mean, if it's failing, then we must be exiting the tree. Oh, layout should not have a layout yet. Oh, I misread that. That's a different error. No, no, no. Okay. We want this. Yes. We expect that to be none. So fixing the Zika, you nailed it. That's exactly what I had wrong. That's exactly right. I think what I would prefer to do is debug assert previous dot is none, and here I think this is more what I wanted. Oh, my drawing. I gotta cut that out. Okay. All right, that should fix that. All right, that looks like it's going to work. Run it again. Screen should have a layout. uh, Panicked at internal error unreachable. Entered unreachable code 139. Who's calling that? I mean, that should be called from add child. But add child is empty. I think I've got an issue in here. So normally add child constraint is called by add child, as you can see right there. The problem is, well, who else is calling this? Let's find out. Add child constraint, just one place. Okay, let's do a search for it. Yeah, okay, it exists in many places. VBox, um, Screen implements it, but I want to see who's calling it. That's right. Who's calling this? That's in the add child. That's fine. Container add child. Oh, container. Container's passing that up. Let's go look at containers again. I think I've got something wrong in here because add child we should have in here. And we just have add child constraints. Oh, because we're using the defaults. I think I have the lower level calling the upper level just a little bit too early. Because in this case, was it? Yeah, layout had this call to some unreachable code, right? Because I did not think that this should have been called, which means that screen called add child on the container, and its container implemented this because the container for screen is layout. All right, which means that these are not unreachable. They just don't do anything. We don't have any constraints that we add for the child. Yeah, because I mean, it's that. I thought this was going to get called when it was the containers that is getting called. And I'm actually wondering, maybe the thing that's missing here is actually the call to add child. Instead of using the default one on this, we should have been passing that up too. So if we implement defaults, we'll have those. So let's implement those. I'm going to do something like so. Container, add child, remove child. All right, now we need those macros. All right. Now, what are the props on this? Child and props. And same thing here. All right. That might actually fix it. So if we come back to layout, those should be unreachable. Add child and remove child should be getting called. All right, we should see that. However, these other elements should not be called. All right, Godot, it's your time to shine, buddy. Get out on the field. You can do it. Yes. Okay, perfect. Lovely. Okay. Could not set the width. I remember where that is. Saying that this width is an unknown variable. On resize. Does this get called like really early, like before we end up calling? Oh, hold on. Clone map. So we already had a layout, which means that on entered, we did enter. Oh, I see. After we enter, then we register. I don't know why we do this here. Why wouldn't we do this on new? This is wrong now. This should be, was it unsafe? Yes. Yes, unsafe. We're using GD native. And because of GD native binding to C++, it's safer than it than you think. I'm just telling the compiler that I know what's right here. Oh, the stream buffer. Oh, that's already out there. And that's here. Yeah, that's all public. I didn't toss the license on it, but it's MIT licensed. If you need, we can do that right now, but I'll do that later. Let's just add a bug. Stitch tickets. Starlink just went like that. All right. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And license. Uh, was it Apache 2? I forget. Whatever. How you doing today, Ramu? Yeah, assume. Yes. I mean, it was slow. It was simpler than I know it's safe. Trust me. Parentheses. I don't remember the arguments for this. Yeah, same. Okay. I am, as you know, partial to saxophone songs. One of my favorites is Comanche. I like Comanche. It's fantastic. What were we fixing? I'm glad you're doing well, Ramo. Ramo of the past, Ramo of the future. Oh, that's right. That's right. We had a situation where this onResize is getting called, but when we set the variable, it had not been registered yet, which means that this width variable, these properties were not registered. So container entry entered is here, and that should have done the add, which passed in the properties to get added. Ah, okay. All right. We're fighting the machine too much. See, this debug here probably got called. Yes, layout right there. It got called. And then we couldn't set the width because it's usually add child that sets that, which means that, yes, we're just going to return empty vector here. Same here. And stop fighting the machine so much. Kill that one. Good. That one's done. And we're off. Got a quick resize. Come on. Quick resize. VBox could not register variables. Oh, borrow failed. Lovely. How'd this fail? Why did this fail? Let's look at the error. So the borrow failed here. It's similar to a rough cell. Yeah. So Godot has, let's say, has what's called user data. And user data has different variants of user data. Um, in this case, we are using, I forget which one, we're using the default. So this is the trait, and it implements a couple different things. That's not where I wanted to go. Here, this is where we wanted to go. So yes, I think we end up using local cell data. I do appreciate your stream too, Raimo. I enjoy it. So we're normally using this, and we could use something else. And we could use mutex data. I'm concerned though that this is actually failing because we're getting into a situation where mutex data would also fail. I think it might be borrowed twice, but we could try. Let's see, which one was failing? VBox? Wait, VBox is at the end of the list. Why could VBox not do this? See, I was thinking that this is something like in the middle, like maybe screen was being borrowed by here and then somewhere else in the middle by itself. VBox there though. That's using the default. See, it's not even doing the child constraints because it doesn't need to yet. All right, so what causes borrow fail to happen in that type? It's not the same thread. Let's see, where is it? Where's local cell data? There it is. Try borrow. So self.inner, it looks like it is a local cell. Yeah, arc to local cell, which uses ref cell. I see. Oh yes, yes, the delay. I was actually going to put it in the Chrome. What I'd like to do is actually have a little bit of Chrome here with some stats on the buffer, so you'd actually see the Starlink buffer grow and shrink, or the stitch buffer grow and shrink. That's the end goal. That's a great suggestion. All right, I'm going to go ahead and toss that in there right now. I'm adding a 20-second delay, I think. Um, I think it was a 20. I know it's not a 40. It might be a 25, but I think it's a 20. Um, then I'll try to bump it down a little bit tomorrow because most of the cases I think we can handle um, with maybe a 15. We'll see. All right. So Raimo, I have never used RefCell. What is RefCell? Oh, dynamically checked mutable borrows. Demo, oh my goodness. Dynamically checked borrow rules. So Starlink is working well, except for the better than nothing bit. Um, so we're gonna, let's see, where's OBS? Come on, OBS. Here we go. Big webcam. All right. So here you can kind of see, now ignore the green screen effects, but here you can kind of tell that we get some drops occasionally. And here you can see it happens all the time. And so the software that we wrote actually helps smooth that out. Okay. So I wrote something that fakes being an RTMP server and it connects to something that fakes being an RTMP client. So here, this is, let's go over here. We're actually buffering right now. So we recovered. You can see like right now we're sending data. Here we buffered a little bit, couldn't send stuff to Starlink. Then on the other side, the buffer kind of gets chewed up when it needs to and then like sent back out when it can. Um, yeah, packet loss when handed over between satellites happens. Yeah, so hopefully it's going to be getting better. I'm also going to be moving it, hopefully to a different building. You saw the buffering too? Yeah. And usually it's pretty good. Usually it's pretty good. So, but that's that link I sent earlier, the Stitch stuff. Yeah, it's going 550 kilometers up. Actually, I don't know what my altitude is here. Actually, I do. I do know what my altitude is, but not in kilometers. So, so if this borrow is failing, that means that we try to do two mutable borrows at once. And why is that? Why is that? It's because of this here or the one down here. Uh, this is wrong. Constraints. Oh, this is in container. What? Cannot register variables. Cannot register constraints. And explains the star background. Yeah, that's right. All right, let's see where the actual error was happening, because I had been copying pasting code like a madman, and this is why you don't copy paste code. I'm kidding. Copy paste code all you want. Just deduplicate it. Clean it up, make another pass, which I haven't done. All right. Container could not register variables. There it is. Now we know which one it is. Yes, it's this one. It's because get layout is, okay, because the lifetime for this has to last longer. Interesting. If we just did this, and here, would that fix that for us? Because then the borrow is specific to that, not for the whole life of the function, because it becomes a temporary there. Because here we're borrowing it, and then we borrow it again here. Let's see. Parsecs? Oh, still. And this is happening for container. So who knows which container it was. Get path. How can we not? Hmm. So if that's failing, it could have been any of them because most of them use that code. I, all of them do. So let's try it again. Ah, so it is screen. So screen could not register that variable. And if we look, screen is right here in the middle. So VBox, let's see, layout happens first, then screen gets added. Screen has to then register its variables. Screen is the child. Then I'm not sure which. So this is a reference to layout. Okay, let's change the data type for layout. Because that makes sense. We're probably doing a number of things where we're getting the layout, trying to do like how did this add child know what its container was? It probably called get layout or something. I don't know. Layout here. Back to the docs. Now, which of these is it for us? Layout solver and variable owners. We might be able to get away with read write lock data. Yeah, well, we would have to add the mutexes ourselves. Let's try mutex data just to see. All right. Oh, interesting. Layout. I thought, wait. Yeah, it's not send. Is instance not send? Is only send but not sync. Okay. So it's not sync. It's send and sync. But only where its inner type is. So layout. We could go with arc data, but then we're going to have to do the locking ourselves. Okay. Remove the mutability from those. Now that's only for, yeah, all of your exported functions. Okay, let's undo that. So it's this one, this one. I think that's it. Oh yes, no for this piece. So now this is saying that cassowary row cannot be sent between threads safely. It appears within solver. Let's guard the solver. It's always hard to consolidate the fact what NASA accomplished and what they still, to this day, convert between those. Yes, it's just baffling, especially when most of the SI committee stuff is just US based. So my dirty little secret, my dad actually wrote a book on units of measure. He retired. And what did he do? I'm going to write a book about units of measure. That's great. Uh, oh, we have parking lot. Great. Okay. Now we probably have to predict the hash map as well as the option. Oh, yeah, let's borrow that. Now let's organize this a little bit better. That's better. What's parking lot? Oh, yeah, parking lot's great. So, okay, just imagine using mutexes, right? Most of the time, whenever you get some sort of poison error, you just like panic, right? And so parking lot is basically that. Like it just removes the unwrap, but it also implements a faster mutex, I think. So creates IO. More compact and efficient than the standard synchronization primitives. Highly suggested. It's very nice. When tested on Linux, it's 1.5 times faster and up to 5x faster when contended from multiple threads. So, yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, yeah, Musean recommended it to me as well. Yeah. Ooh, now you're getting new clippy lens. Lovely. Needless question mark. Nice. At the very end of a function. Yeah. Yep. Good unique name. Yeah. Parking lot. Not quite sure what to do here. Saying that it cannot be sent between threads safely. Solver. Missing panic docs. Oh, nice. All right, because my crate is not native class type is only send but not sync. I don't think mine's like either of those. Well, it's definitely not sync because it's telling us this. Oh, so it's not send, not sync. To combat that, couldn't we just use a mutex with an arc? Like, because it's not send, and these don't add send. This one is sync. Yeah, this will implement send and sync as long as T implements send and sync. 52 threads attempt to clone RCs. Okay. Its cousin, Arc, does use atomic operations. Hmm. So yeah, we just can't send this to a different thread. Okay, frankly, I don't want to send it to another thread because we're not doing this in a multi-threaded way. See, we're using this, which is fine. All right, we're going to go back to using that. However, we are going to use the mutex so that we can have some interior mutability for just a few things. Russ thinks somehow you might send it to another thread. Yeah. Well, mutex data requires that your native class is send. So it basically protects it from being synchronous so that if two threads are trying to mutate the same thing, it'll object. Um, but we need to make sure that layout is only ever accessed from the same thread. So we can't use those, which means we have to use this one. We can't use Aether. So let's fix this up and see what the damage is. It does mean that for a lot of these, we do not need the mutable borrow. And that will probably solve our problem. No, but it still needs to be mutable for our hash map. Let's toss that in a mutex also. Two mutexes. One for layout? Not yet. Use default for that. Okay, where else? Okay, now some of these do not need to be mutable anymore. That one, this one. So we're locking both of those. Add constraints. Remove constraint. Good morning, someone 5209. Happy Monday. Oh, I forgot some dots. Did I do that all over? No, just there. What? Temporary value being dropped. All we're doing is debugging here. There. Now the lock lives for as long as the rest of that loop. I mean, really. I could go out there, but that, and this. That now this lock's actually going to live for a long time, and we'll just sit there at this one. No, they're separate locks. Okay, whatever. Um, we've got to rename this. Good morning, Sparkenstein. How are you? This is variable lock. All right, so we have the solver's lock, which I mean, I kind of want to just take that, put that over here, get rid of that. Then we have the locks outside. We've got the loop. That should work. Okay. Oh, it doesn't need to be mutable. Oh, I see. That's going all right. Cannot borrow this as mutable. This is in layout. Oh, oh, I see. That can still be mutable. Oh, wait a sec. That's where issues are going to happen, isn't it? So we're trying to borrow this again from the entry entered being mutable. Do I know any ORM? What would I recommend? Um, well, there's Diesel. There's SQLX. Diesel's pretty cool. Let's see. I think the next one I want to try is actually SQLX. Yeah, in that case, I would lean towards something like SQLX. I know it's not like a full like The author to SQLX actually has a ticket that's still probably still open for diesel async. All right, where do we have mutability still? Yeah, that doesn't need it. This is going away. We're not using that. This one, we'll see about that one. You've been struggling with handling state? I see. Yeah. Give that a build. No. No, it's someplace we were. I don't know. We'll try this. I don't know if that actually fixed it. Oh, what is this? Yeah, container cannot register variable still because of screen. Oh, eyelash. Okay. If we force this to have interior mutability, because it's going to be the add child, and this is the add child of screen. And because we have screen and then VBox, so VBox might have been getting added. All right. No, the child is screen. I haven't heard of the Arbatis. I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, I like the migrations. Migrations are good. The T attacked me. It's like, I've got a drinking problem. Didn't. All right, let's keep going. So if the child was screen, that means when we call this get layout, it's map. See, layout doesn't need that anymore. Same here. clean these up. Does this need... This doesn't need to be mutable anymore. Which means that our trait is changing, but those can still be fine. Okay. No. We end up calling those functions, which means this still has to be mutable. Otherwise, we're going to force interior mutability on everything that implements this. I don't want to do that. We will if we have to. All right, second attempt at drinking. We survived. Still, container could, okay, screen. Borrow failed. Why would this borrow failed if we're doing it? I mean, it's not mutable anymore. So shouldn't we be able to have like more than one of these happen at once? Unless something else has immutable reference to that. So we have the instance to layout. The layout itself. Come on, comma S. Remove child constraints. I mean that. I wish I knew where. Like, why can't it do this? What else has this? Oh, nice. Nice mdtrdev. That sounds really cool. I think is it here? think it is. Because we're doing the map here. So it must be going through this. And to get the layout, we should not need that to be mutable. Okay. Add child constraints, remove child constraints. Those are fine. Those will still be mutable. But add child. Yeah, we're going to change how this works. Yeah, symbol 5209. That's, I think, everything that I've ever done was just passing a connection pool around, even with a legacy game server. Uh, remove child. Okay. All right. Now these. Okay, that's fine. We'll go change container and make that mutable, or not mutable. And this is going to go all the way down, which means that these can't be mutable, which means that we will force all the implementers to do interior mutability. Name tuple. Macro leaks. Even more than clipping warnings now. Oh, Revan, good one. Good one. Excuse me, do you have reservations? Yes, but we were going to eat here anyways. Morning, Togglebit. How you doing, buddy? Potatoes del Papa. It just happens to me. What can I say? All right, so we'll remove that one and that one. I'm doing well. Doing well. We're cleaning up some mutability bits. And to switch to interior mutability for reasons. New Rust version? Yes, sarcastic Dante. All right, almost there. I mean, not many things implement containers like VBox, Screen, and VBox and HBox. They're just doing very little. Okay, so this is where we get to the point that I didn't want this to happen this way. Say our child constraints here, where we insert into it. Now this thing's going to have to be inside of a mutex. Not a fan of that. And I want to stare at this just a little bit more. So we're using this and we're having an issue that when we call map mutable over this, it's actually locked on the same object twice. And it wasn't telling us where these two things were. and I'm not sure where they were. We know that one was happening when we could not register the variables, right? And that usually happens. I'm just gonna do this again because I'm second thinking this change. This happens inside of an add child. Now add child is called in a few places. Not all are actually still valid. Yeah, like that one. No, this one. Here's one on tree entered. Right, this is where it gets called, and on container. So on tree entered and container does this both. But we're not mapping mutably here. Oh, wait. We are. We are inside of that. I think that's it. It's right there. Okay, so it's because, where's container? Here. When we do add child, we get into this macro here, which ends up doing, well, it was doing a map mutable on that when we enter the tree. And then inside of there, we map mutably again on layout. I think the problem is that I dual purposed layout, that it's a container and layout. I think that's a problem. So if we remove that from layout, actually, let's go back. So if we remove this container from that, the warnings are all valid except for the named tuple ones. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, interesting with the naming bits. Huh. All right, so we've got update here. Then, okay, I'm going to leave this with the mutexes for now. However, now that it doesn't support that, we have to go back into, was it containers? I want to go to containers, plural. We're going to remove layout because layout isn't a container, which means that we get a couple of these to remove. Okay, that will cause an error because screen won't be able to find its container. Not doing that. Okay, So when we enter the tree here, on tree enter, okay, register for those values. And when we enter the tree as a container, we look for another container. But in our case, we don't want to do that. Screen is the top level thing. So really it just wants layout. And really it's just these. All right, screen, getting that. Getting rid of container. We will have a layout though. Same thing here. Tossing mutability back on those. The reason I'm doing this is while we could use interior mutability on all this stuff, it's got some overhead to it, and I don't think it's a needed overhead. We just had to figure out what was going on. You know what? Okay. What? Oh, sure, with the trait. Let's go fix the trait. And that needs to be mutable. Actually, this one does not need to be mutable. This one does. All right. That might do it because we've basically now said screen, you're the top of the containers. So that's it. Now layout should be itself, which means we can actually undo a lot of these mutexes. All right. Entree entered. Needs mutability. Almost. All right. Very good. Might be it. Let's see. 21 warnings. Doesn't look like 21. And that one we know. Okay. Mutex container could go away. Owner is not used. All right. Well, that build, let's run it. Am I working on the game? Sorry, I missed that. Oh, Rust binding for Godot. Actually, we're working on a game at the moment, and the game I'm working on is called Control. It's a psychological thriller game. It's going to be very kind of UI based, like text and just controls. You're not going to actually see the things in the game. It's going to be audio, a lot of audio. So, screen could not set width. Look at that. Okay. That's the other thing that we would do in setting that up. In add child, that would have gotten called. So now screen has to set its own, register its own variables. The screen is the top of this list. Oh, that's too bad. Where was that? That's in container? Yeah, right in here. Okay, screen has two variables it has to register. So basically need to do this here before screen registers its constraints. So when it gets fired up, on resize, see normally it does its constraints right here, which is fine. We'll leave that there because that happens when a child's added. The problem is this width and height, these variables here have not been registered. So we have to register those. When we get the layout, so where do we get the layout? Here. Self.layout, that's an instance. Assume safe. Okay, we have to wrap that in an unsafe block. Map mutably. And here we'll get layout. One sec. All right. Uh, Wrong buttons again. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Now layout here. Oh, it's an option. We have to. Yeah, let's just do this before we stuff it in there. It's layout that assume safe. Do this. Now we don't have props here. We need to use self.properties. Okay, that should register the variables. We have to do the opposite. What is this? Ooh, yes. Upcast it, and then claim it. Do we need to clone it first? Looks like we might need to clone it first. I should go to a node, and there should be a claim on that. SQLX wants you to use a basic schedule or a threaded schedule, but you think you are. Different Tokyo versions? Because that sounds like pre-Godot, because they're not using basic and threaded anymore. They're using, um, what is it? They have different terms for it now. Flavor. They have a flavor, which is the same thing. They just renamed it. So the naming is, to me, it's hinting at something else. Actually, I do not like this song for this piece right here. All right, register the variables. Now we need to, yeah, what version? So 71529, what version of Tokyo are you using, and what version of Tokyo does SQLX want? Actually, we could take a peek. Okay, Tokyo 1, and it is a little behind. Tokyo's at like 1.3 now. Oh, that's the dev dependencies. Let's go in here. SQLX core, Tokyo stream. Mm, yeah, that's different. And I'm not seeing Tokyo as a dependency. I mean, maybe I just missed it, but let's go back. I mean, here it's for dev dependencies. Oh, you're using ActX. What? All right, on tree exiting. Layout equal to that. Layout that assumes safe, etc., etc. Remove edit variable. Just takes the variable. And it does not want the owner. Oh, what was this saying? Owner? Yeah, not used. Anything else? What else? On the new thing. You copied the version from their docs and it seems to be outdated. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm glad that worked better. All right, Godot. Let's see what you got. Oh, it worked. All right. Let's not get too excited. Let's hold our composure. All right, now if we resize this, do we get resize events here? I'm gonna hit enter a couple times. If we resize this, no resize event there. Okay, that's fine. But if we hit play, okay, then do we get resize events? We do. See, it's changing the value. It's actually using the constraint. So this variable, I forget which order they come in. Am I using a cloud machine for development? No, no, I'm not. That's working. So our constraints are alive. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, let's close that. Screen seems to be working. It has a couple of variables registered with cassowary. Is that right? Yeah, cassowary. And then it resizes them based on the screen size. Okay, let's go back to layout, because the next piece is actually notifying the components that, hey, this value changed. You need to update. So we get the owner. Now we need to know, it would be nice to be able to tell them which property it was. I wonder, could this instead be like a property? Like prop variable? Hmm. All right. Well, I'm way over time. I got to get to my day job. So I am going to do that. I'm going to figure out who to raid. Oh, we just got, well, let's see. Why didn't that didn't key off of Rust, did it? See, I've got Rust right here. Do I only show up in one? Have I ever thought of a voice actor career besides my programming and streaming? Voice is amazing. Why, thank you. Thank you. This is my morning voice. So my streaming voice. I have a very small range with this. So if I get outside of this, it's not the same. This is my relaxed, casual, I don't know. Yeah, that would be fun. I think we'll end up having. I'll put my voice in the game because it's going to be really heavily voiced. So I have some friends that are into voice acting. Um, that and I'm going to encourage the children to also be part of this. So, anybody have any suggestions today? I'm wondering whether or not it's just not finding Rust. Browse, science and tech. All right, where to? Wow, there's CM Griffing's on there. Okay, let's see. Let's find somebody doing Rust. There's got to be somebody in here. I'm just gonna scroll to the bottom and then use find. I mean, it's either that or raid. Raid was accurate. Anti-6. Why didn't this script find it? Yeah, it found me this time. Oh, I see. Fish RS. We raided Jessica just the other day. She's man, Jessica's got some incredible tech though. Oh, I'm searching for whole words. No wonder. Yeah, it should search based on title. But yeah, I'm the only person doing Rust right now. Or hmm, all right, raid anti 666. We're gonna keep it with Rust. So now what's sociable Steve doing? Dino. Ah, I got it. Raid Evil Halsey. Oh, Bear Duda. Bear Duda. All right. Well, I'm gonna let the stream kind of play out here because I've got that 20 seconds. So we're gonna let this get to the end. All right, y'all. Till next time. Bye bye.